Okay, hello everybody. Uh, I'm continuing to set things up here, so just give me a quick sec and go ahead and refresh something here. And let's go to chat. So the chat pops up and it's over there. Let's go ahead and start. Okay. Give me a quick sec because I'm almost ready here. Copy. All right, so I'm going to do this really quick, and so I can get to the game here. So let's just go ahead and do that. Do that. And again, I'm not going to be pasting forever. I don't have an idea of when I'm going to stop like pasting links everywhere. Maybe there's a better way of doing this. Maybe like some people have the link tree, or some people have like a central place where you can actually go and put up all your links. And maybe what I should do is I should either hmm, um you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and there was the deal in chap C self promotion that I didn't actually paste. So now I'm gonna actually paste 73. Oh, darn it. I have to actually, okay, never mind. Uh and it doesn't really matter. And again, the indie game cloud Discord, I'll have to wait to actually post anything to it. Okay. I guess okay, I guess that's most of it. At least on the Discords. The exception of this one, which I saw 4 minutes. Okay. I won't worry about that. What I will do is window. And let's do this over here. Okay. Just a few more minutes. Yeah, it takes me approximately 8 minutes to do everything just because there's several places, and I don't know of any kind of service that allows me to post to multiple places at once, and etc. and so forth. I don't know, maybe a Restream has a deal where you can go to it directly, but like you could see my Restream stuff. And maybe I'll do that in the future so that instead of sending you to Big Red or Mean Green, I would send you to Restream, and then you could go to either one if you wanted to. And that, anyways. Okay, notifications. Okay. All right. Notifications. Okay. want to open communities. I want to open Grok. Give me one more quick sec. I like your commitment. Who said that? I like your commitment. I remember when you started posting here, your progress. Keep going. Here, I will. Thanks so much, Sir John. Well, we'll keep going. That's nice. It's nice to hear compliment about yeah, continue to do this. Yeah, I mean I started November. It was Thanksgiving week, I believe. And yeah. So the way I got it broke down, broke down, whatever. Um it kind of allows me to hold on a sec. Here, Redot, copy. The way it broken down, it kind of allows me to tackle some bite-sized pieces, and it's more prone now to be being actually finished than it has been in the past. So all I'm doing is I'm just posting to the different there are 3 different communities that I'm following, which is indie games, point and click adventures, and Redot. Right now, I mean, I could probably find more, but this just takes a lot of time itself, you know. So um, yeah, 42. See, it's gonna be like 15 minutes, and I even started before. No, actually, I started at what was it, 11:35 or something. So about 10 minutes. Anyways, let's see. Let's post, paste. Let's make this slightly different. Now in the past, when I posted the 3 different communities, they recently X recently made the deal where it actually just automatically posts your timeline. I guess I don't know if there's a way to turn that off or not, but I don't care because I would have it posted on my timeline anyways. But when I was doing it, I posted 3 different communities, and so basically it wouldn't allow me to post it unless I like changed the character or something, you know, because it was exactly the same. It's like I'm doing 3 exact same posts because of the way it posts to my timeline. But really, I'm just trying to post it to 3 different places, and you know, people that might be interested. Anywho, okay, so I got those done. Let's go ahead and there's 2 more places to go here. Streaming. This is that your streaming community at school.com, skool.com. I guess they have a bunch of different communities and stuff on there. Paste. Dev stream 73. I'll just go ahead and post the whole thing, including the tags, even though the tags don't really matter. Okay, and then the final thing is Reddit. Redot on Reddit. Reddit on Reddit. How are you going to say it? And paste. There we go. And actually, I can remove the hashtags, I think. That. Okay. That should work. That should do it. Oh, I always put DevStream whatever in Reddit here. I can actually switch to desktop here now. Okay, and yeah. So usually I put DevStream whatever, and then just the links, you know. And only lately have I done, yeah. Now it's not dev stream whatever anymore. It's oh, interesting. Okay. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Okay, everything's good. Good, good. And I'll just go ahead and close this here. And why do I have another notification? Oh, like two of my posts. I see. Yeah. Oh, Toxic Gamer is liking both of my posts in they're essentially the same post, but both of my posts in each of the communities here. Yeah, it. Anywho, okay, so let's get to busy, right? Okay, so really, what I'm gonna do here, let me go ahead. I guess I can close this here. I just prepare this little text so I can just kind of drop things into the socials or whatever. Let's actually make this a little bit bigger. Like so, and I wonder if I should change my background color. Hold on just a second. I get it that it's no, not pictures. That's not what I want. Uh, Customize icon layout. That's not really what I want to do either. There's a thing in there about it's not display settings. I know that. Okay. No. It's probably some sort of a theme thing or something. Um, right? Theme. Something to do with themes, I think. Settings. I don't remember how I changed the color, the background color. That's weird. Preferences, backgrounds. I didn't do backgrounds though. Hmm. Okay. Just one more time. Just give me a quick set color. That's not what I want either. Huh, that's weird. Let's see something here. How do I change background color on Linux Cinnamon desktop? Solid color is background, however, the Cinnamon do not directly offer options to set color. You choose by using solid color. That's not true. Is it just because I removed the background? You can't actually change the color. I mean, this big deal about how Linux is like so customizable, and this is what people like about it. That's why there's so many different stupid like display deals and windowing deals and all kinds of different stuff to configure, and I can't configure my background color. Well, I tried to change uh Greggy. Oh, Greggy reacted. Cool. So maybe you'll pop maybe you're popping in or maybe you'll pop in here, Greggy. Uh, if you don't, that's cool too. Whatever. But maybe you will. Um, okay, what settings? Oh, there we go. There is a solid color. There is the background color thing. Um, I still want it kind of darkish. No. Okay. What do I want? Do I want green or I like purple? Yes, purple is a favorite color of mine. Dark purple though. Just like that. Um, might be a little too bright here. Customize. There we go. Do, 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 do. And let's a little bit more towards the blue side. I don't like too much red because that's magenta. I don't like magenta. See, if you do red, it's more magenta-ish. I like a grapey purple. I like it on the blue side. Let's look that. Does that help anything? I guess that's okay. It's not that dark, but it'll work right now. No pictures right this second. Okay, cool. Okay, let's get back to the actual thing. Sorry about that. I tend to do that, as you guys know, that I tend to go off on tangents. I tend to whatever. You know the thing. Um, let's see, be this one. Uh, okay, all the way down. I don't know why it jumps back up to the top of the. Okay, H separator node between name label and description label. Here. Instead of providing a whole chunk for a function, um, unless the changes are significant, I would rather you just show me the snippets of what I need to add or remove, and tell me where to put them. It would make things quicker and easier. I'm gonna inform it of the date. It can grab the date, today's date, but if I continue the conversation, it would still think it was yesterday because it doesn't actively. I guess it doesn't actively query the date and time. So, which it almost you think they almost should do that. I mean, it should be a feature. Like it wouldn't necessarily be a feature specifically of the AI itself. It would just be a feature thing that they build in, saying like it should remember that you were here like last week or whatever, and I haven't seen you in a couple of days, blah blah blah, stuff like that. It should be able to automatically do that, but whatever. Friday. I could tell it. I could actually instruct it to actually take the date and the time whenever whenever I when, how about whenever I input something. Whenever I input something, make note of the date and time, and tell it not to say anything. I might just do that. But unless it's the next day, or unless it's after the current day. Today is Friday, March 28th, 2025, approximately 11:55 a.m. EDT. So almost noon. They're providing a whole chunk. Um, would you please just show me the snippets of what I need to add or remove and tell me where to put them? Make things quicker and easier. Instead of providing a whole chunk of got it. Okay. Also, could I get you to note the date and time whenever I input something, and but not say anything unless it's after the current date and time. For instance, today is Friday, so that means I probably won't continue this conversation tomorrow, but I will when I return on Monday. And then you could acknowledge the current date and time at that time. For instance, if I just said hello after the current day, you would say something like, well, hello, or any other input on Monday. You go something like, hey, how was your weekend? Or something. I don't mean you should always greet me with some sort of patter or, you know, super, or something like a real. I don't mean you always have to greet me in general. I just mean that way, let's see. But let's see. You don't have to greet me in any particular way. But then when you address me, you wouldn't still assume it was the same day. Like, if I hadn't asked you this when I came back Monday, you would still assume it's Friday afternoon instead of Monday morning. So silently note the time and date of my inputs, and then when I do come back after the current date, it could be the next day or the next week or whatever. You can realize you can act like it's whatever later date that is. Does this make sense? I just don't want it to assume each day that I come in here that it's the same day, because I have to. That's why I had to tell it the date is today and the time. It can actually give the date and time. I could actually tell it, tell me the date and time, but I want it to note it silently, and then respond to me accordingly the next time the next time I talk to it. That's after the current date. I'll silently note date and time for your inputs, like today, and won't mention it unless your next input is after the current date and time. If you come back on Monday, I'll acknowledge the new date casually, like, "Hey, good to see you back on Monday," and proceed it as if it's a fresh day, not still Friday afternoon. I won't assume it's the same day unless it actually is. I'll keep it natural and pick up where we left off, adjusting for the time gap. Sound good? Yes, sounds great. Thank you. And again, I try to always be polite to the AI. I know it's just a machine, but eventually it's going to get so good that it's going to be like a human. Like, I still won't believe it'll ever get like a soul or a spirit or anything like that. Um, uh, or a consciousness, I guess. I mean, what I mean is for all intents and purposes, it'll be like you're talking to a real person. So they'll respond to you, if you haven't talked to them in a while. Like, if you have a robot with an advanced AI and you haven't talked to them in a while, they might act, kind of annoyed or sad or whatever, because now they're acting like humans, because their processing power and the way that the AI works is it works like a human, so it'll act like a human. So you want to get something out of someone, normally you're polite to them, right? You try to be nice, you try not to be mean or antagonistic, and um, so that they'll at least be pleasant to you, even if they don't like it, kind of thing. And these AIs, they're gonna have likes and everything, just like we do. So for all intents and purposes, they'll be like real people. And so I'm just starting now by saying thank you and please, and you know, and I don't do it too much, but I do it occasionally, just so that so I get in the habit of doing that, and you know, so somewhere down the line, it'll be like they'll be like an AI, like it'll be like a Tesla bot or something, and it'll like remember me from, like, 40 years ago, and say, "Weren't you that guy that and you were rude to me that one day and blah blah blah." And I'd probably be like, "I don't even remember you. What are you talking about? You know, that one day you were on Grok. That was me. I have all the accumulated memory and blah blah blah." And you know what I mean. Anyways, so I try to be polite and stuff like I would to a person. I don't get too wrapped up in it, but I try. Like, three of my posts. That's cool. So some of these are like in the three posts. Obviously, they're the same post, but um, that also means people are not mad that I reposted like three times, because I'm doing it in the different the different communities. Okay, that sounds great. Thank you. Let's add a separation line between the title and description room. I'll give you snippets and where to place them. Then set up visual functions after creating name label, before creating the description label, right after add. Okay, cool. I can do that. Um, and hopefully this will make it a little bit more seamless for me here. Because it's kind of annoying when it. Here, let me pull this up. It's kind of annoying when it just continues to repost the same code. The other thing that really annoys me about AIs is that they regurgitate stuff. If you ever watch any YouTube video, and it's some general information thing, and you can tell it's an AI voice, even though that's not the main part of it. You can also tell it was written by AI, mainly because it regurgitates over and over again, pretty much the same information and some of the same words and everything, and that gets kind of annoying, because even Grok does that, and that's something that any of these AI creators, they need to figure out a way of making them not really do that. That doesn't mean that they can't re-explain something to you, or whatever, or recap or whatever, but it should only try to re-explain it to you if you ask it again. So, you know, blah blah blah, why it works, blah 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 blah. Okay, let's go through this. This is this, and then it says the same thing over again. It's kind of annoying. So I may have to give it some sort of prompting to fix that. Okay, so this is where we put in that snippet of code. Okay, that's awesome. All right, let's see what we got. Let's go ahead and reload save scene. Let's go into 2D, see if it shows it. Okay, so it looks to me to be like a single pixel kind of okay. Um that does seem to work. Now let me move this out here. I can also remove that M thing that I have in the first room because everything is working like it's supposed to right now. I can remove the M there. Oh, that's interesting though. Oh, that's really interesting. It doesn't do it. Well, how come it doesn't do it on all of these? Oh, huh. It only does it on some of these. I wonder why. Okay, let's go to script first. I want to take a look at it. Bar separator. VBox add child separator. Huh. That's very interesting. Uh, I'm gonna see if I can actually get a screenshot this time. It's a new day. My computer's restarted, so hopefully take screenshot. Okay. Copy clipboard. I mean, it should be a simple, straightforward thing. It's not even. I don't even think it's wrong with what it did. Uh, adjust height calculation, resize panel. Oh, I bet you that had to do with it. Okay, so I'll go ahead and do that. Uh, adjust height calculation and resize panel. And resize panel function, modify total height calculation to include the separator's height. Replace the existing total height line near the end before a panel custom minimum size. Okay, let's copy that. Total height. All right, let's do that. Total height. Okay. We are in the resize panel function, I believe. Yes. Okay. Code to remove, code to add. Okay. Replace the existing total height line. Code to remove, code to add. Okay. Copy. Actually, I could just copy it like this. And let's go here and paste. Put tab there. See, this is the thing that gets me, right? It's still the thing about the indentation. I don't know. I guess to some people the indentation, like I guess in Python, Python does the same thing, so they're kind of following Python with GDScript. I mean, I guess to some people it's easier that it just works based off an indentation. I think it should work based off of the two things. First is end of line character, so that way you can even separate lines in between different things, and then the begin and end, the basically the code block delimiters, basically, right? The curly braces or begin and end in Pascal. Uh, they could do curly braces in here and it'll make it a little bit more like C, and they could start doing adding the semicolon at the end. In fact, and what they should do, and I don't know who would do this. It's Godot, so it's Godot script, GD script. But even though Redot is still using it, maybe I could ask the Redot guys to do it in their version. Although they probably all think the same thing. They probably think the GD script, the way it is fine. But they should introduce a thing, and that doesn't mean they have to remove this old way of doing it. But you should be able to mix in the new way of doing it. In other words, I should be able to uh, have something that doesn't rely on the indentation. Um, it would still rely on the indentation, I guess, if the line above it doesn't have a semicolon or a period or whatever you want to use. If it doesn't have a semicolon above it, so it can still rely on the indentation in that case. So, but if you did it completely without any line that doesn't have a semicolon, anyways, they should be able to find a way of mixing them to where you can still do code this way, but if you don't want to, you can do code the other way. And so as long as you have a code block, you don't need to rely on. Now, if you have a code block, okay, so if you have a code block characters, like if you have the curly brackets there, anything in between the curly brackets must have a semicolon. You can do it that ways, and then that ways you can actually still do both if you want. And this isn't to make it to where it can do both. This is just so that people like the old way of doing it can still do it the old way. But I would prefer that it has an end of line and code block characters, so the indentation shouldn't matter. You do the indentation for visual, you know. Anyways, that's what I prefer, but you know, I'm not. I suppose I could always do C sharp. I think Godot could do C sharp. Redot might be able to as well. Anyways, let's get back to this. A separator has a horizontal line, height adjustments, typically 4 pixels by default to test it. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and save it. We're gonna go ahead and reload save scene, and then we're gonna go to the 2D workspace. And yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't. Oh, I see. I see. I see the problem here. It's not actually a problem. It's actually, in fact, it's actually working. It's just you can't see it all the time. Why? Because it's so thin. In fact, I'll have to show it, and then I'll have to actually tell it too as well. So there we go. And let's see if I can do a screenshot again. Cancel. Take screenshot. Copy clipboard. Let's see if I can paste it in this time. So here, what it looks like. V. Control V. Okay. Here's what it looks like. Notice how some of them don't show up. That's because of scaling. As it appears, the separators are at least 1 pixel are 1 pixel thick. So as I zoom in, I can see them more. I would like the separator to match the color and brightness. Already probably the same color or similar as the outline. When I zoom in on the outline, appears that. And actually, let me go back into this and check this here too. So okay, so it's got to be really big, right? Still see it there, 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 there. Okay, that's where it starts to remove. So, what if I move? Yeah. Whenever I move. Okay, so also whenever I move it. but also if I move it around, they disappear and reappear. Let's see if we can figure out what to do about that. It appears the separators are 1 pixel thick, so as I zoom I can see them. Why is it doing an image generation? Because I didn't tell it to. I don't... Loading this image? Here, let's do a regenerate. I wanted to just look at the screenshot, not generate an image for me. Maybe I accidentally hit image button or something. So I wonder what it's doing now. So before I had problems uploading screenshots. Now it'll upload it fine. But now it's doing this other thing. I don't know. It's kind of weird to me. Anybody has a clue what's going on here? It's rendering something like it's generating stuff. Why is it generating an image? I didn't tell it to generate an image. Look what it's doing. It's using... Yeah, look at that. That's crazy. Can I just delete it? Did you manage to see the screenshot? Because I think the image generation was taking over. We'll see if it tries to pop up another image again, and if it doesn't, or if it just answers me. Kind of annoying. I wasn't able to see the screenshot. And you like the match color and brightness. Inside, right after separator name, add okay, script separator name B set up visuals right after the new thickness line. Okay. All right, let's copy that. It says right after this, so thickness setting makes this every 2 pixels thick, maxing the border. Brightness to match the panel's border. The default separator is faint gray, but this ensures the same light gray with full opacity. The opacity, I think, is the big deal there. Okay. Do you know what triggers image generation? Because I don't think anything I wrote up there indicated that I wanted to do that. Because I don't think anything I wrote up there indicated that I wanted to do that. Okay. We'll see what it replies as I check this out here. Reload save scene. Let's go to 2D. And it still didn't do it. Still didn't help. Fact. For some reason it's gone. I wonder why it's gone. That's weird. It's completely gone. Why is it having a problem with my attachments? Is 25 attachments? Is that like per month or something? Maybe. Yeah, let's just send. I'm not going to be able to send the stupid attachments again. Why? I guess I hit the limit for the month or something? I don't get it. Is it per day? Create a picture, draw, render, upload signal, and intent to generate an image. Maybe I said render in there. Maybe that was the deal. Here's what it looks like. The system expects an image but doesn't receive one. It can't process it. Might interpret your intent. You describe a visual issue you wish what it looks like. Mention desired change. Oh. Be explicit about intent. If you're describing a visual issue but don't want to image it, you can add a clarifying phrase. I'm describing this for context, not requesting an image, or I just need code to fix this. It did seem to successfully upload it because it tried creating from the screenshot. Let's see if it triggers another image generation. Hopefully Grok will just reply to me. Assume that because the prior issues mentioned, but it looks like it did get through the image. Okay. So I've just implemented the fixes, but now it's not showing any separator. I'm going to pull up my code so you know what I'm currently working with. Okay, let's go to script. Let's select all, copy, current int version of room.gd. V there. this is kind of weird because this is what part of this shows the hashtag it interprets as a heading like in HTML or whatever CSS or something. And then part of it looks like regular code, and then some of it is just like text, and then kind of weird. H styles applied in Redot. The H separator uses style box for its appearance. Default style might not render if the style block flat isn't configured correctly. We set BG color on the style blocks flat. They check please style blocks as line properties like border color, border width, rather than BG color to draw the separator line. Since BG color doesn't affect the line itself, the separator appears invisible. Correct the separator. We need to adjust style blocks flat to use border color, border width instead of BG color to ensure the separator line is invisible. And RoomGD inside step visuals replace the existing separator styling code right after separator custom minimum size Y. Okay. Wait, where's step? Okay. Where did it say to go to? Code to remove separator style. Style box flat new. Replace it with add theme style override. Okay. Okay, looks good. Sets the color of the separator line to match the panel's border. Vertical top defines 2 pixels. Incorrect because it's background color, not the line itself. Test it. Okay, let's test it. And reload save scene. And let's go to 2D. And there it's back again. And guess what? It does not appear. Okay, I'll still have to do the zoom test though. But it does not appear. Let's put this up here. To be disappearing when I move it now. That is awesome. It's kind of funny though. I mean, it did come up with the incorrect thing first, and then I guess maybe once it saw my code, it went, oh yeah, I don't have any context for this other code other than what you told me. So that's and it does all of them. So zoom in, zoom out. Now at some point, it might start disappearing, and that's because it just gets too tiny. So that's actually just fine, honestly. Let's go ahead and create a screenshot. Let's upload it, and I want to see if it recognizes it. Whoops. Cancel. Okay. Copy clipboard. Working fine. It only disappears when it's really too small, and that's acceptable. It it stays consistent when moving or zooming. That's acceptable. It stays consistent when moving or zooming. Hopefully it doesn't interpret that. Maybe adding the image interprets it as a image-to-image generation, That also means that I could upload a screenshot. and tell it to generate an image based on my image. So that means it does have image to image, which is kind of cool. Only this which you're okay with sounds like a solid result. The screenshot confirms separators there, matching 2 pixel thickness, light gray color. Okay. You mentioned earlier today. I'm not wrapping up until this afternoon. I have until 3:30. Sometimes I go over, but I should get off at 3:30. And I have a break at 1:30, so about an hour from now. $3 so we don't need to, so we can continue on to my next thing, which is I want to change the anchor point to be horizontally in the center, but vertically on the separator line. And it doesn't have to be and if the vertical Y position is slightly off of the separator, that's okay, just as long as it's horizontally centered and in the vicinity, in the close vicinity of the separator. Position at vector 0. Oh, before we get exact here, I don't care about positioning. In fact, I expect the position to be still be let's see. I don't care about positioning. It should still be at 0, 0, but it would be offset since the anchor point is moved. So don't try adjusting the position to account for the anchor. I'll do it like that. In other words, I don't care if it's moved up or whatever, because the anchor point, I just want the anchor point itself moved, because then we'll be doing positioning. Well, actually, we'll probably be adjusting the positioning, but And it means we need to offset the panel position, then the room node to make the separator line. Shift the visual anchor. Oh. Wait a sec before I do this. I'm typing them now. Okay, wait a second before I do this. What's the difference between origin and anchor point? So I can get this straight, because anchor I thought was where it positions everything. So if you position something at 0, 0 upper left, that means that the if you have it the anchor in the center, that means everything is gonna be cut in half, but it's still gonna be 0, 0. Okay. The origin of a node refers to its local coordinate point, which is determined by the node's position property for 2D to node 2D or control nodes. It's the point that the node's local space is where its position is anchored relative to the parent. For a room, position set to 0, 0, the origin point is at 0, 0. All child nodes are positioned relative to the origin. For example, if the panel's position is 0, 0, the top left corner aligns with the room's origin. Anchor point. The anchor point isn't a formal property in Redot, but often used to describe the conceptual center or pivot point of the node's visual representation. It's important you consider the reference for position rotation. For node 2D, the anchor point is typically its origin position. You can offset child nodes to make the visual center appear elsewhere. In your case, key difference: a concrete point defined. Okay. Okay, so origin is typically at upper left by default, correct? I don't know why it's having problems. I wonder if it's a grok thing, or if it's I did something too many things, or I don't know. Does it actually rely on the memory of my tabs or anything? I believe that Brave's Leo search assistant thing actually uses your browser tabs memory, because if you ask it too many questions, it'll eventually start producing gibberish. And I think that's because the memory gets filled up and it's not able to do that. Origin and Redot. The origin of the node TD is the point defined by its position property, which is 0, 0 local coordinates. Usually this origin is where the node's handle appears in the Redot editor. When you add child nodes, their position is relative to this origin. If child's position is 0, 0, its own origin aligns with the parent's origin. For node 2D, there's no inherent upper left concept because it's a 2D spatial node. It's just a point in space. However, when rendering child nodes, like a sprite 2D, the origin is often the top left of the texture unless you adjust the offset. For control nodes like panel, container, and label, the origin of a control node is also defined by its position property, and by default this corresponds to the top left corner of the node's bounding rectangle. So for your panel, when its position was 0, 0, before we adjusted it, its top left corner was aligned with the room's origin at 0, 0. Control nodes have a rect position the same as position, but that explicitly places the top left corner at that point, unless modified by properties like anchor or pivot offset. Panel, we offset the panel so it's center. I just want the control I'll try to explain it as I see it, and what I want it to behave like. Whenever I'm adjusting the position, it's adjusting that center point I defined, horizontally centered, vertically aligned with separator. So I'm essentially dragging it around the screen with the separator. So when it's set to 0, 0, that means that the room's origin, I guess, the corresponds visually what would be half off the screen or half off the scene, I guess. Let's see. For room, the origin is the room's local coordinates where the node's handle appears in the Redot editor. That's what I want. I want the handle to be at the center. Position relative to the room's origin. Okay. So essentially, I want to drag. So essentially, I want to drag it by the handle, which is now located at the center X and separator Y. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm making sense. What is going on here? I just wondered what the problem is. Is it if the problem is me? Did I hit some sort of limits or something for Grok and now it's just not gonna work for me anymore? Why do I have to do this every single stupid time now? I might have to generate a new conversation and do it on a new day and when I've rebooted and everything. Let's break it down and confirm we're aligned to ensure that behavior matches what you handle as the anchor. And the Redot editor, when you drag a room node by its handle, the crosshair icon, right? You want the handle to be located at the horizontal center of the panel and vertically aligned with the separator line. Dragging behavior, when you drag the icon by its handle, the separator line should move with the handle as if the handle is attached to the separator's position. That means the room's origin, its position represented by the handle, should be redefined to be the center of the panel. X-axis at the separator's Y position, Y-axis. No position change. If you want to adjust the room position property directly, it should remain, we'll offset the panel within the room to handle it. This makes the handle appear at the center X and center separator Y. Okay. Current code already added. The snippet I provided earlier does exactly this. It calculates the panel's horizontal center. Match with Y position. Okay. You've already added the snippet. Okay, I haven't actually added the snippet. Um, okay. Noted Friday, March 28th. Yes. 2025. 12:55 p. Okay. Okay. Room GD inside set visuals right after a resize panel. Okay. Okay, so this snippet should be here. I'm going to copy this. Okay, let's go to script. Let's go to resize panel. Okay. Why? All right. So this code should be put right under the resize resize panel function header, i.e. the first lines of the function. Just want to make sure that I'm sure. It also kind of takes a while too. I mean, it's kind of snappy at the beginning, but as further you go down in the conversation, it takes longer and longer. So something I should think about too. It's intended for the set visual function, not oh. The code adjusts the panel position to align the room's origin. Where the code in setup visuals. Right. Oh, right after the resize panel call. That was probably my fault. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Fine. Resize panel. It was probably my mistake. I must have not have read it too closely. I was searching, and then when I found what was the probably my mistake. Okay, going to test it now. Okay, Control S. I'll reload, save scene, make sure everything goes okay there. Let's go to 2D and Viola. That is interesting. Oh, I see. Because it actually puts the panel name. It actually puts that extra there. That's kind of weird, but that's okay because that's kind of what I want anyway. So, oh, maybe it should be at the top. I don't know. Whoops. Control Z. Editor map. Huh. Reload save scene. Reload. Interesting. Let's do a screenshot here. Do I want the selection or do I want the window? Let's do window this time. Copy clipboard. Okay, and let's go ahead and check it out. It works great. But let me ask you something that's just sort of odd to me. Why are these crosshairs actually positioned below the red line? Below the top? Below the red/purple line. Instead of directly on the corner. Camera rect. Blue rectangle. Directly on the upper left corner of the rect. And then let's go ahead and copy to clipboard and Control V. Looks great. Why are these crosshairs actually positioned below the red/purple line, below the camera rect represented by the blue rectangle, instead of directly on the upper left corner of the rect? Crosshairs, the room nodes handles are positioned below the red-purple line, which marks the top of the camera rect, the blue rectangle representing the viewport. You expected the crosshairs to be at the upper left corner of the camera rect. Let's break this down. Camera rect represents the viewport of the 2D editor camera, showing what would be visible if you ran the game with the current camera settings. Red-purple line marks the Y equals 0 in world space relative to the root of the scene. Crosshairs each represents the room's node's origin, its position. In your editor map, you set the room position to vector 0 for each room, so their origin is 0, 0 in world space. If the room nodes are at 0, 0, you expect the crosshairs to be in the upper left corner of the camera rect, where x equals 0 and y equals 0 in world space. Crosshairs are below the red-purple line because of how Redot's editor viewport aligns the world 0, 0 with the camera rect. In Redot and Godot, the y-axis points down, so y equals 0 is the top, and positive y values 0 equals 100 are lower on the screen. The blue camera rect in the editor doesn't necessarily have its upper left corner at 0, 0 in world space. It depends on the editor room, zoom, and pan settings. You're seeing all room nodes are connected. The crosshairs are at the camera. The camera rect's top edge is above the purple red line, meaning that the top of the rect is negative y value. Okay, why this happens. When you open the viewport 2D editor, Redot centers the viewport on the scene's content. Since your room nodes are 0, 0, the editor might pan the viewport up slightly to show more of the scene, placing y equals 0 below the top of the camera rect. The blue rect represents the game's viewport size, like your viewport's default window. Its upper left corner isn't fixed at 0, 0, it's whatever the camera editor camera's position. How to land the crosshairs with the camera rect's upper left corner. If you want the crosshairs, adjust the room positions. Yep, adjust the editor camera. This might not be what you want for gameplay, as it would affect how the rooms are positioned when you run the game. Let's explore both options. We can offset all the room nodes to line their origins to the top left corner. This change their positioning game might be ideal. Okay. Option 2, you can manually pan the editor viewport to align to the camera rect's top left corner of 0, 0. In the Redot editor, hold the middle mouse button and drag the viewport until the 0. You can also use the view menu in the editor. Select center view or reset zoom to adjust the viewport, although this might not perfectly align. Leaving it as is, causing issues. Okay. I guess we can move on to the next task, which will be actual positioning. Okay, so there are several ways to go about this. So I'm going to want to position rooms in a waterfall. And honestly, I should probably create a separate room. Let's see. Yeah, I could probably do it that ways. I could do it manually. Okay, I'll think about it. Cascading waterfall type setup. So there's up to 9 choices, which essentially means it could have up to 9 doors. So essentially, I want a parent room. Hold on just a second, guys. Honestly, I don't know why I mute the whoa, what happened? Must be HDMI. My second monitor blinked. The main one didn't. It's fine, but it might be HDMI. Let's see if that. Okay, so yeah, let's actually move this back over here. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why I mute the audio. whenever my dad comes and asks for something, I always meet it. It's like there's nothing sensitive or nothing, personal or whatever, usually. So it's like I don't need to actually do that. I just tell you to wait a minute and anywho, to exposition. So, cascading waterfall. Yeah, my break is supposed to be at 1:30. Cascading waterfall type setup. So there's up to 9 choices, which essentially means it could have up to 9 doors. So essentially, a parent room is going to sit in the center, uh, and the each successive level should be positioned vertically under and with and in a single row at each level. The a room with a different parent would still align vertically with the child of a different parent. But then, of course, also horizontally be in a row. So, let me try to sketch something out here. Quick sec. Should I use GIMP or should I use Blender? Because I'm trying to use Blender for everything. Use Blender Grease Pencil? Or... Nah, maybe I'll just use GIMP. And by the way, where is GIMP? Because this one isn't GIMP. Properties. See, it's running GIMP 210. And I don't even have this anymore. It's GIMP 3 now. What is that? User bin, Flatpak. Browse. Where is the file system? This is interesting. How do you get to the actual... Huh. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. I can't do that here, can I? Well, how come I can't do that here? Computer? There we go. User. Wait, oh yeah. Binary. Um, Flatpak. Okay, let's go down to flat. Let's go by type here. So have all the why? That's not a folder though. Have any more folders in here? What the heck? Um, oh, Flatpak is the command. What am I thinking? Of course. Cancel. Run. Branch. Stable. Huh. Let me do something real quick. Linux, Mint, Debian, Edition, LMDE6. I'm running an updated GIMP to 3. Version 3, but 2.10. But I can't run it from the menu. But the one in the Linux Mint menu points to version 2.10. I mean, I guess I could ask Grok or whatever, but it's you know. Yeah, let's see what the update with the version of the Linux Mint menu still points to tuning and try a few steps. Update the menu entry. You manually update the menu entry to point to the new version. This involves editing the desktop file for GIMP. File is usually located. Actually, let's see something here then. I can't edit it from here though, can I? But I can go to edit menu, and then let's go to graphics, or let's go to graphics, properties, branch, stable. Oh, that's skip 3 right there. Let's add this one, and let's remove that one. And I know it's not really removing it, but we're just gonna leave it there. What if I can I delete that one? Actually, let's just close this, and then let's see if I can run it from here first. Yes. Okay, I'm not gonna even worry about deleting that. I'm just gonna leave it in there because I don't care that much. Okay, here we go. Create new image. It only needs to be, I don't know, 640 by 40. 40 by 360. Okay, that's fine. That works. And what do I want? I want I actually have a box tool, huh? You have to use select, don't you? I mean, I guess I could always use my graphics tablet. Here, let's just give me a sec here. Okay. I could have just started up Blender Grease Pencil. I would have had to render the image, but and I should probably. This thing is so dusty. I haven't used it in ages. No. I want the. Actually, I probably want the pencil, but I don't know where the pencil is now. Doesn't matter. Come. Oh. Control Z. Okay. And size should be way small. That. It does do pressure sensitivity, which is kind of cool. Um, oh, that works. Can I? No, I can't erase. uh, edit. Where's clear? Clear. Clear. Okay, so we're gonna have a box like that, and No, Control Z. We're gonna have a box like this. And that's how jiggly it is. Because I don't really have a setup for drawing right this second, which I suppose I should eventually get to, because I am going to be using grease pencil eventually. Um, Control Z. Wait, let's do something here. File, new. Let's make it. Let's go ahead and make it 1280 by 720, and this other one we can just chunk it. Discard changes. All right. So this is how we want to do it. Okay. So we have a single square here, and then we have. Let's make it. We'll go ahead and make it 3 choices here. That's horrendous, isn't it? Something like that. And then here we have like this. And then like that. I might just take a screenshot of it. I might not save it or anything. Let's do. Let's go ahead and do this. Okay. And do like that. Now we're gonna add. We're gonna do this. I'm just doing this way is to show Grok what I'm doing. So then we have like this, right? And then over here we have another. We're gonna make them kind of equidistant, because that's kind of the way I want it, even though it only does like that. So this is so this goes to like that, that, that. This one goes down to here, that. 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 Okay. This one goes to down here to like. I don't even know if it'll be able to analyze it like that, but we'll see. We'll see. Let's do a screenshot. Cancel. Selection. Screenshot. Copy clipboard. Okay, let's go back. What is the deal here? What's going on here? Okay. This. Hold shift and draw lines, control shift click. Yeah, I kind of forgot how to use GIMP, basically, Rook, so thanks for that. But I just needed something really quick to so I can show Grok, hopefully. Control V. If you notice, the parent is just a single, then it splits off into 3 children. The arrows just show it where it's it was to show the how the children are linked. Notice there's 2 children. at the third level. Notice the second level, each room box is about equidistant to each other to accommodate, there we go, the first, second level boxes to children. So this is how I want them positioned. We'll worry about drawing linkages later. Okay. And each successful should be positioned vertically under in a single row at each level. A room with a different parent would still align vertically with a child of a different parent, but then of course also horizontally be in a row. I'll try to sketch something out here for a quick sec. If you notice the parent is just single, then it splits off into 3 children. The arrows just show how the children are linked. So there's 2 children at the third level. Notice the second level, each room box is about equidistant to each other to accommodate the first and second level. This is how I want them positioned. We'll worry about drawing linkage later. Thanks for the sketch and detailed explanation. I understand what you're aiming for with the cascading waterfall layout for the positioning of the rooms in your editor map. Let's break it down and implement positioning logic. Understanding the layout. Each room can have up to 9 doors, choices leading up to 9 child rooms. The parent room sits at the top center. Each successful level of children's positioned vertically below its parent in a single row at each level. Rooms at the same level, even if they have different parents, align vertically, same line position. Horizontally, rooms at the same level are spaced equidistantly to accommodate their children, ensuring the layouts look balanced. Your sketch: level 1 to 1, level 2, 3 children, level 3, 2 children, 1 for the first level 2 room, 1 from the second level 2 room, aligned vertically at the same Y level and spaced to fit under their respective parents. We'll modify editor map to build a tree structure of rooms based on their door connections. Calculate positions for each room. Vertically, each level is at a fixed Y offset below the previous level. Horizontally, rooms at each level are spaced equidistantly, taking into account the total number of rooms at that level and their children. Build a room tree. We'll create a dictionary to map each room to its children based on door destinations. Step 2. Position rooms by level. Start with the root room at the top center. For each level, calculate the Y position and space the rooms horizontally based on the total number of rooms at that level and their children. Okay, snippet 1. Alright. Replace the load all rooms function. Code to remove. So it wants to replace the entire. That's okay. If it looks like it's going to be pretty excessive, then replacing the whole function is alright. Okay, function to remove, load all rooms, function to add, and it's going to be a doozy. Well, actually, it's not too bad. Okay. Step 1, load all the rooms into a dictionary. For easy lookup by name. Okay, that's cool. Build a tree, room tree, mapping each room to its children based on door destinations. Yeah, you know, I didn't think about it either, too. Load all rooms. The way it's going to add them is going to add them in the tree-like structure, isn't it? Which is kind of interesting. The way it's going to show it in the editor, which is fine, I think. Organize rooms into levels using breadth first traversal, starting with position rooms vertically. Each level is level height equals 300 pixels below the previous adjustable. Horizontally, rooms at each level are spaced based on the number of children. If a room has more children, it gets more space to center itself above them. Ensures rooms with more children take up more horizontal space. Okay, I was gonna have it do like the whole row like equidistant to each other, but this is probably okay, just to take up the amount of room it needs. But positioning each by center. It should not be arranged in cascading layout. Okay. So I haven't done it yet. I will do it in a moment. But because there are no choices, it it should stack every room vertically, and then I'll have to create a room and a door to it to test out how it works horizontally. So let me implement this and test it and see if it looks right so far. Okay, so we're going to replace. Okay, so what I'm going to do though, I'm going to do what I did before. And I probably won't save this, but I am going to, of course, keep the old. Here, let's shrink that. I probably don't even need that for the rest of the day today. Um, where's Redot? Okay. Um, what am I looking for? Script. Script is what I'm looking for. Okay. And editor map. Okay, editor map. What we're going to do is we're going to actually see. I wonder if I could collapse a function and then copy. Still haven't actually added the doors there, but I think that's okay. We'll leave it right now. Here, actually, let's not. Let's cut that. Methods ready. Okay. Cut. Paste. Let's go to Grok. Code to add. Copy. Paste. Control S. Okay. Okay, first error of the day. Create a branch. We'll see horizontal spacing kick in at the level. Let's get the current step tested, then we can add the door. The test horizontal. Yeah. I'm getting an error. At this line. Enter. Oh, is it? Okay, it's not 130 just yet. At this line, copy. Here, actually, let's copy the line. Oops. Come on, copy, copy. Okay, at this line. I have no clue what the error is. I mean, I could, like I said, I could figure all this stuff out myself. It would just probably take a lot longer. Let me adjust this. I'm trying to adjust my chair a little bit here. um, replace the problematic line inside the oh, it's the updated section. Replace the entire for I range level size loop starting at code to remove, code to add. For I range level size. Okay. Paste. That's all right. We'll get it. Oop. Kind of the same problem here. Child counts isn't in here. Child counts equals. Oh. I think I have an idea here, though. No. It's probably. Well, alright. Oh, weird. Okay. Alright. Copy. Still not working. Copy. C. Control V. Indentation error, leaving loop incomplete. Fix the correct code to remove. Code to add. This, I don't know, this seems to take too long, doesn't it? I think maybe it's taking too long. I wanted to stack, and I could actually probably get it to stack. Um, define inside the block. We're trying to access outside that block. Right. I know that. It's always defined, even for the last level. Okay. Inside the little modify the positioning loop for level IDX in range. Code to remove. It's to the end. Okay. Let's just copy that. Okay, let's see. I was thinking it was a little bit like. Anyways, paste. Less. Okay. Caps lock. All right, let's do this. Tab. Control S. Let's make sure. Let's Control S again. Let's reload save scene. It seems to work fine now, and let's see if it works. Not quite. And I actually don't care if we can move the viewport eventually, or we can move everything down. It doesn't really matter. What all that matters right this second is that these should actually be down a level, but it's not. Okay. Let's screenshot, right? Screenshot. Take screenshot. Be clipboard. Right. No errors. It's not positioning anything properly. Control V. Enter. I think part of it is, like I said, like you need to give it like a lot of context. Now it understands kind of what I want to do, but at the same time, maybe not fully. So I have to keep telling it so it keeps homing in on the result, on the correct result. Not stacked vertically as it should be. Let's debug the issue. Think of the code result. Expected behavior. Since there are no branching doors yet, the room should stack vertically in a single column. Actual behavior. The screenshot shows same lie level and suggests the level-based positioning isn't working correctly. Likely lies in how we're organizing rooms into levels. Let's debug the levels array to see if the rooms are being placed in the correct levels and ensure the positioning logic accounts for linear structure. Debug set print the levels. Let's add debug print to see how rooms are being organized in levels. Editor map inside load all rooms right after while to process size is greater than 0 loop. Okay. All right, so let's go to script. Let's go to where did it say to do it at? While to process. Okay. Okay, so where's the while to process part? While the process size equals 0. Right after, before positioning. And let's here. I'll go ahead and go. Let's go to room. And let's find the print statements. Print. Let's go ahead and right. Let's knock these out. Scene. Reload save scene. Okay. And that's all it's saying for levels. Interesting. In fact, let's go back to editor map. Oh, it's 136. Doggone it. Okay, I'm supposed to break here, so I'm gonna probably take a slightly longer break, even though I'm only like 6-7 minutes late now. Let's do something real quick. Well, maybe I can keep an eye on it and do 145, and let's do something here. This has the loading code. Okay. Print building room tree. That. And let's go ahead and reload saved scene. Okay. And actually, let's do this here. Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and put a print that. Reload save scene. Okay, doing this. Copy. And let's go ahead and create a linear chain. Screen section the R&B, and let's fix the logic. Oh, fix the correct. Okay. The issue is likely in the room, tree, or level assignment. Let's simplify the positioning logic to ensure linear chain stacks vertically, and then we can reintroduce the horizontal spacing for branches. Replace the entire load all rooms function. Um, okay. Code to remove. Code to add. Do we have any debug prints in here? We do. Okay, that's good. I'll just use theirs then. Use it. Okay. Paste. Control S. Okay. Clear this out. Reload. Save scene. And okay. Okay, running load all rooms is already in there. Loading rooms. Here. I'm gonna do what I did here. I'm gonna do the same thing here. editor map ready. Print. Running load all rooms. And we're going to do what I said here. Print star. Okay, like that. Okay, enter. Print building room 3. That. Let's reload. Let's do it again. Reload save scene. Copy. Okay. Output. Enter. Enter. I added 2 extra debug print statements. Just the and building room tree. Shift enter, and then we'll just go ahead and load all rooms. Copy. V. And then over here, let's go back here and let's go to 2D. Okay. And we're going to do another screenshot. Cancel. Take screenshot. Copy clipboard. Okay. No vertical positioning as in screenshot. Okay, so I gave it the sample. I gave it my updated version, which there isn't that much there. I wonder what the deal is Brave. Why am I logged out? Why am I always logged out with stupid Brave rewards and stuff? It's all right. Debug output and screenshots clear why the rooms aren't stacking vertically. The debug levels shows only is being placed in levels right, meaning that other rooms aren't being recognized as children in the room tree. This explains why its position, the others are at the default position relative to their parent. The issue lies in how we're building the room tree in little rooms. Let's break it down. Its door destination is RM00-welcome, so room tree should include 00 welcome. Similarly, oh, okay. Don't match the rooms names. Before I implement that, PM. Oh, it's 1:45. I got to go ahead and break now. I should have braked at 1:30, but we'll just do it now. So if I don't see you on the end of the break, thanks for watching. If I do, we'll continue this on the other side. Thanks. Oh, wrong. Muting the media source rather than muting the mic audio. There we go. Mic off. Okay, mic back on, and I am back from my break. I know it took a little bit longer this time. It's just making coffee. Um, I use sucralose powder. You know, Splenda. Splenda's a brand name, and they were known for making the little yellow packets, basically sucralose. But Splenda and all the derivatives that make a powdered sweetener from sucralose actually put in like dextrose and stuff, and so it's like a kind of sugar. So it's still not quite as good as going like pure. Obviously, um, it's not necessarily natural, you know. Like stevia is from a plant, and allulose and monk fruit. I don't know about allulose, honestly. Monk fruit is an actual sugar, and they kind of don't act on. But so far, sucralose has been pretty good. Anywho, let's get back. I forgot what I was going to do. Oh, before I implement that, I wanted to say I forgot to add the doors to the editor map from the main menu as it's a loaded scene. It should be able to still access them, but they're not in the scene tree, but in the actual scene files scene tree. I don't know if that should make a difference or not. See if it replies. My dad likes to call Grok a he because he thinks it's easier, I guess, to think of him like a person, sort of. So, anyways, let's go ahead and it's critical detail. The fact that doors are defined in its tscene file but not yet loaded into doors array in the room instance explains why the room tree isn't building correctly. Let's address just ensure the doors are properly loaded. We instantiate it, however, we don't explicitly populate the room's doors for the tscene rooms, unlike for JSON. Doors in tscene files. File defines the door node, but this door isn't being added to the room's doors array. After instantiation in room GD, the doors array is only populated for JSON rooms. When building a room tree, we iterate over the room doors okay, populate doors. Yeah, for each, yeah, right. Right after emit signal. Okay. Copy. Or actually, I could have just copied it like this. Okay, so building room tree. This is right up here in the loaded. Okay. Sure, we can do that. And let's just go ahead and reload the scene first, just to see what it shows here. Okay. Okay, it still does it. Code to remove. Okay. Okay. Here's the updated section of tscene loading loop. And we're just okay. We're just adding things. It doesn't need to actually completely remove and completely add new code. We need to manually add the room's doors. Effect this ensures the room tree. Yeah, let's make sure the doors are in there. Reload save scene. Oh, oh. That's weird because before. All right. So maybe I have to do that. Let's just go ahead and item in file list. Right. Item in file list tscene. Item in file list. Paste. S. Then take this tab. Oh, we don't take this top one tab here. Tab. Oh, tab. Oh, let's this part off. Good. Okay. Scene, reload, save scene. That's good. It's still not showing the doors there. Room owner. For door in room.getChildren, door is door, edit scene root. Oh, okay. Child is door. For child, in room get children. If child is door, that's not what we do. We don't do it in append here. We do child.owner equals get tree edited scene root. In fact, we also want, I think we want room editor map equals self. So I think we want that in there. Now, if I reload save scene, the door should be in there, and it is. Okay. So, let's copy this whole thing. Okay, that didn't work, but I just modified the code that does work and adds the nodes, the doors to the editor map scene tree. Here is the updated load all rooms function. Enter, Control V. Please keep in mind. Now let's check this out first. All the rooms are still in the same place, both vertically and horizontally. So we can tackle that next. Here's a screenshot showing the editor map. Now before I send that, let's go back here. We're going to do this so that everything is in view. And I'm going to go ahead and do screenshot, cancel. And do I want, we'll just do window. We'll go ahead and do the window here. Okay, copy the clipboard. Let's go back here. Slowly but surely making making this editor map. Okay. V. Okay. I'm trying to show it everything that it needs to show here. So I got about an hour left. I don't know how much I'll get done, but maybe we'll get part of the cascading stuff done right now. I see you've added the code to populate the doors array for the TC rooms. But the rooms are still not stacking vertically as expected. The screenshot shows at the top. Indicates the room street isn't building correctly. Okay. Because even though we're now populating doors array, the destruction values in the doors, destination values in the doors, don't match the keys in rooms dictionary. This mismatch prevents the room tree from linking rooms, so the levels array only contains the root room. This is the same issue identified in the previous response, probably. We need to apply that fix to normalized destination. Fixed door destinations. Normalized destination values in the room tree. Building step as I suggested earlier. This will ensure that room 000-welcome is converted to match the rooms. Oh, I see what it's saying. It's not matching. Oh, okay. I'll do this just a moment. You're just saying that since the node names don't actually match the actual room names, which are essentially essentially the file names with the extension removed, it can't identify the correct room. Now, before I do that, I'm actually going to check the scripts. The scripts I want to check? I think it's in the room script, it's the loading code, and let me check the room loading code first. Because that 2 Pascal case thing, right? So actually what I named the name is Pascal case. The dash, the ID and the dash are the same. Oh, door to welcome. I see. See, I don't want it to rename. How do I say this? Welcome. Oh, weird. How come it? Okay, there's something. Oh. Okay, so understand part of the problem. In my load files, I actually change. Yeah, let's see something here. Let's see what else to is room. Oh, I hate it when it does that. Anyways, it's Pascal case split. Okay, so firstly, as I'm looking at the nodes here, the doors start with RM001, DRXXX dash RMXXX dash room name. That's not how they are in the actual. Okay, let's bring up the destination. Okay. Okay, so let's see what I name the doors then. Pascal case. Truncate text. That's not what I want either. I don't care about truncate text part. Load data. In fact, truncate text should be down below because it's not part of this loading stuff. It's not part of the room proper. It's part of the stuff for the other. Now, okay, so let's see what happens. Okay, so I load the room. I switch to Pascal case. The room name to Pascal case. So it goes from snake case to Pascal case. That means it removes the dash here, or the underline, or it removes the dash, not the underline, because this is just the room name member variable. So it removes. Okay, so there are hyphens. It removes the hyphens, and then replaces it, removes them, and then converts all the words, all the things separated by the hyphens to uppercase, capitalize the starting letter. So it becomes Pascal case in the name. Then I use the straight up ID, and then a hyphen or dash, and then and then the room name, and then the Pascal case room name. What do I do with the door? Door. New door, append new door, add child. New door not valid. What? Why did it do that? I'm alternate tabbing, not control tabbing. Oh, yeah, why did it do that? Because the stupid cursor, whenever you do an alt tab, so dang annoying. Create and attach the door nodes. Boom. Boom. Switch to that. Let's switch to this. Here, okay. And switch to, okay, so. Do I name the doors? I don't actually name the doors, do I? Okay, so I'm actually, so what creates the name? Does the stupid, okay. All right, let's go. Actually, let's go back to Grok here. So probably something happening in editor map.gd. But first, I'm looking and noticing the doors created in the load. What was this called? Let's go back to the room. This is load data from JSON. Load data from JSON. Don't have their names set. So I need to fix that first. I want the you don't need to provide code, as I will fix it. What I'm going to do is make sure that the door names are equal to the destination door destination with the RM removed and the rest of the string converted to Pascal case with the function in room.gd, and then name the doors door 2 plus destination string, something like that. Then I'll revisit editor map and we can deal with the names. I understand that the names don't match, and that's partly because I'm actually giving the room the names with the Pascal case. Giving the actual node names to be like this, where the actual room name represents the file. Name. So let me lock this down and I'll return to address the other. What the heck? No signal. I think the HDMI on my second monitor is failing. Oh, it's on the side. Yeah, it's HDMI. It's actually I wonder if I can. Well, I can't really lift it up though. I can kind of do it though. Here, that'll work. I think the HDMI cable is starting to falter. It's probably old. Probably need a new HDMI cable, but I don't got money, and I have to send off for it. You know, Amazon and all that stuff. So I don't know. Sorry. Okay. Okay. What is the editor map about? I'm actually using the Redot editor. Actually going to use the Redot editor as a layout tool. Right now I'm working on positioning the rooms on the screen so that they represent a waterfall type chart thing. Okay. You can talk, I'm listening. Okay, yeah, well, Kahan, sorry. Yeah, I am, and you can actually see it if you want to see it, but basically, I have the rooms displayed in the editor. So the 2D space or workspace, I guess they call them. You know, Godot has a 2D workspace, so Redot is exactly the same thing, at least for 4.3. And so I'm displaying the rooms in there with these panels in here. So it displays the room name and displays the description, and then if it's cut off, it has an ellipsis. So I'm going to make it to where I can add new rooms. I can create linkages to different rooms, and essentially using the editor as an editor for my game, a layout tool for my game. So, and right now I'm working on actually positioning these. These are actually supposed to position let's see something here. I'm almost forgetting where my handle is here. Okay, so that's 0, and where's 1? Okay. Shoot, I'm gonna have to change the anchor point here, the handle point here. So in reality, it's supposed to they're supposed to position one right under the other because they're each the child of the previous room. And then later on, when I add decisions and when I branch off, they'll be in a horizontal row underneath the parent, so that it represents sort of like this cascading waterfall type sheet type of thing. And then I'll be able to add new rooms. I'll be able to delete. I'll be able to add doors, linkages basically, and I'll do this all within the Redot editor. So I'm essentially creating the editor to work like a tool, I guess. So I should be able to continue making the rest of the game. The descriptions are actually exposed in the inspector, which means I'll be editing descriptions and stuff over here. In fact, I can remove this. Well, I'm not going to do that here because this is not the scene file here. And these I have to when I start editing when I start editing the rooms, if I mess with something, when I save it, it's got to save back out to JSON, back out to the correct file. And it's Grok is having a problem positioning because the names aren't matching. In fact, the names aren't matching anything right now because I didn't set the room names, and then when it adds the doors here, it's dr001-rm002-home-hubert.search, and this is actually the name of the room without the extension. This would be a JSON file, and this is just the door ID. And all of them are labeled door 1 because there's only one door in each room. So now I gotta like reposition stuff here, basically. So I have to okay, got it. I understand your plan. It makes sense to tackle the door naming issue before addressing the room tree mismatch. Let's break down what you're planning to do. Door names currently doors created don't have their name property set properly. You wanted to set the door's name to door 2 plus destination string, where destination string is the destination with the room.xxx prefix removed, and the rest converted to Pascal case using the Pascal case function in room.gd. For example, if the door with destination equals rm001-resort-max-closure, the destination string would be resort-max-closure to resort max closure, one word with capital letters for each word. So the door's name would be door 2 resort max closure. Why this helps, consistent door naming will make debugging easier and ensure clarity when revisit the room tree in the editor map. Okay, and then I adjust the mismatch. And since you're handling door naming your fix yourself, I'll wait for you to implement the change once you've updated. So the dorms we can tackle the editor map. In fact, I might be able to tackle the problem with the editor map myself. For 10 cents, we all saw it coming. So 10 cent by Ubisoft, huh? So now Ubisoft is Chinese, huh? That's interesting. Anyways, so yeah, so I got to go back to here and create from JSON, creating from JSON data. See, you probably can't see it here, but the main menu is an actual tscene file. So I named the door to welcome because the name is room 00-welcome. And so I want to name all the other doors this way, and I don't have any of the door names set in the JSON data. Okay, so append add child if new door equals create. It creates the door. I wonder, let's see. I have a door creation function. I should probably put the door name. What do I have for door name? Do I have ident plus destinate? Oh, I do actually have the door name set. It's set for the, okay, I get it. So if I do this, let's see, print new door name. That. And so I can identify it. Door equals door name equals comma new door name. Right? Okay, that should work. And if I reload the editor map scene, already in scene presumably for more nested instance. That's okay. It's probably trying to add that door to it. In fact, if I door name. Oh, weird. Oh, the destination has the full name, so I was incorrectly creating the door name in here, and that's not what I want to do here. Okay, so let me think for a second, because to Pascal case is actually in the room script, not the door script. And let's see something. Okay, I can set in the door creation function. I can actually create a thing to set the door name here. So let's go ahead and let's see, ident. What did let's see here, ID door data. Okay, so it reads the door data from there. Okay, I get it. And that's actually okay. I'm going to do something a little bit different here first. I am going to var ID equals don't do that on me, equals this. Here, let's just let's copy these. Control C, V. The comma doesn't matter because I'm not using the comma. Let's do this ways. ID equals door data. Var choice equals var dest equals that. Okay. Now, go ahead and put this in here and put this in here. I just got to remove the commas, comma, comma. Okay. And then in here, I can just go ahead and say ID choice dest. Okay. And then we can just take this other thing out here. Okay. And the next thing I want to do is, let's do the name last here. Var name equals, let's see. I don't remember how to do it. It's like substring or something. We'll say door data destination. That. But we'll also do, let me think. Is it substring? I don't know. Should error. Reload save scene. I don't care about that. Okay, expected 2 arguments. See if I can. I don't remember how to get to the deal in here. Let's string. Go to lookup symbol. I can do this kind of easily. There's got to be a key or something to find it or whatever. But let's see if substring, if I got the right deal. Substring. Okay, that's gonna be length, huh? Okay. Let me do a quick look up here. How do I extract a portion of a string in GD script? Brave search AI helper thing should do okay. Extract a portion. Yeah, it's a position. But that's not the position that I want. Well, actually, I could do a position because it's the ID is always it's always going to be 5 letters, 6 characters in. 9, 4. Length of the string from the total length of the string. Let's see. Wait a minute. What about the ends with? Is that in here? Because ends with. No, I can't do that. I'd have to do. It starts with. If you need to extract the last part of a string, you can determine the starting position by subtracting the length of the substring from the total length of the string. Alternatively, you can use regular expression for more complex manipulations. Let's see something here. I want to extract the last portion of a string. Since I know that I want to discard the first 6 characters of the string, how do I do that? I don't let the stupid AI like do it for me, I guess. I don't know. Hey, Foreign. Uh, yeah. So, welcome to the stream. Just acknowledging you that you're in there in the chat at least. Um, let's see here. Um, last portion. Okay. To extract the last portion of a string after discarding the first six, you can use the substring method. Here's how you do it. Original string, substring 6. Output is a test string. Well, actually, that would be oh, I see. Original string extracts the 7th character, index 6. 7th character. Okay, anyways, I kind of have the idea. Let's see. I'll figure this out here. Okay, let's go back to, is that? Okay. Substring. We're gonna just say 6 and here it says expects 2 arguments, so maybe it does here. Reload. Okay. There, it's not erroring, so that's probably good, but I still have to, here, let's print. Oh, yeah, there, okay, let's make this, door name. I can say door name like that. Print door name equals, oh, door name equals, comma, door name. Just to make sure that I am on the same page. Reload, save scene. Door name. Um, what's the deal here? Oh. The door name in the actual door creation function. That's right. So this is correct here. And so we're going to essentially just to Pascal case it, I think. To Pascal case. Oh, come on. There we go. Parentheses. Shit, okay, good. Okay. Now, if I reload it, load save scene, that works fine. Here, let's see if let's just delete this here. Delete. Let's delete that. Okay. Control save. Reload, save scene. It shouldn't, yeah, it doesn't have that thing anymore. It put the door back in and stuff, which is fine. Okay, so Skychester fight, now it's in that. And then, I think, oh yeah. I want to call it door 2. I don't want it actually to be the ID. I'm setting the ID, but I don't want the name to be ID. So let's just call this door 2 plus this. And let's go ahead and reload save scene. Yeah, I know, it's clashing. It's so annoying, but yeah, whatever. Okay, okay, so shift delete. We're going to add this as the last door name. It's not in there just yet. Let's go to door. Let's do comma door name on string. So clear this out. Reload. Save scene. Editor map. Okay, so the editor map has invalid assignment property, and everything's not working correct, which is okay, I guess. Door name equals door name. Okay, so editor map has a problem. Let's see something here. It's on line 45. Line 45. Self is the editor map. Huh. I wonder why it has a problem there now. It has something to do with a circular dependency. This is kind of getting exasperating now. Okay. And actually, it looks like that's already in there, so that doesn't need to be in there, actually. Although, I don't know about the rest of it. So let's just go ahead and reload save scene. Let's do this. Reload save scene. 45 is now a problem. Invalid access to property or key setup visuals on a base type object node 2D room. Why is that a problem? Okay. Why is it invalid access? Okay. It's probably the same thing, the same problem that I had before. It's the circular dependency thing. I'm gonna have to get Grok to tell me where it's at though. So let's do the thing here. Let's go into here. Let's go into scripts. Copy. Let's go into dev stuff and paste. We're actually going to delete these. Delete. We are going to rename these. Find GD. Place with txt. Extension only. And rename. Close. Okay, and then we're going to go into Grok here. Let's go to Grok. Let's attach these. Temp code snippets. Open. Okay, so I am having an error after properly adding the door names here. Colon, enter. Oh. That's what? Okay. Copy. Paste. So it should be able to analyze this text hopefully without it, if it doesn't screw up. Salmon fish. Tell the AI use having doubling scalar logic whenever possible to cut down on clock loops. Okay. Most of your issues are going to result from various assets competing for compute, even though it may not seem like it at face value. Um, sure, I guess. uh, okay. I'll do that, but right now I'm still focusing on fixing this error that I'm having right now. But I'll definitely probably instruct it to do that once I got this issue solved. Because we're trying to connect the initialized room signal to setup visuals, but setup visuals is a method that takes a parameter room, and we're not passing it correctly to the signal connection. Additionally, the door naming fix you implemented looks good, so let's address the error and proceed with the room tree normalization. Uh, Fixing the door names. You've already updated to set door names correctly. You modified door create to door name parameter and set the door's name to it. And load data from JSON. You're now creating a name as door2 to Pascal case destination substring 6, which removes the prefix, converts to rest to Pascal case. This looks correct. And the doors for JSON rooms should now have names like door to welcome, door to resort, etc. And it's just going to be in the TC room, so it's just going to be door to welcome when it's working right. But right now it's okay. So print statement and door create will confirm this when you reload the scene. Addressing the error. If not, initialize room is connected. Is a method that takes a room parameter. But in the original, but in the signal connection, we're not binding the parameter. In GDScript, when you connecting a signal to a method that takes arguments, you need to use callable with .bind. I did that before. I don't know. This was something that it had come up with in a different conversation. Um, so I don't know why it's not working now, like it was working earlier. Takes room parameter. Wait a minute. Setup visuals doesn't take a room parameter. What is it talking about? Room. Setup visuals should not take a room parameter. It does though. Why does it take a room parameter? If room does not equal self, it does do that. I don't know why that's doing that. Okay. I get the bind thing. Same fix for the JSON loading loop. Okay, I got that. I didn't actually write setup visuals myself. It's something you did in another conversation. It wasn't actually it, but it was it. What I want to know is if the function set up visuals is for the room, for that particular room, why does it need a room parameter? Maybe you can tell me why it did that, because I didn't actually create. So some of the stuff I didn't create, right? Most of this editor stuff that I'm doing, I didn't actually really create wholly myself. And the reason I was having Grok do it is because it would take me forever probably to go in, figure out what each thing does, and then figure out how to do this, that, and the other. I could probably figure it out, but it would take me like a ton of time, and so I was hoping that this would help me save time, but it's not even doing that. Whether we can simplify it. Looking at the device original intent, the room parameters added to set up visuals is called via signal initialize room. It made it from, oh, okay, the signal passes the room being initialized as an argument. Okay, I get it. Because something else is calling it. Preventing other rooms. Why the check? In editor, we emit the room. Our rooms are listening to it. Well, that, okay. We can simplify the room. the room parameter and the room self-check are a safety mechanism, but you can achieve the same result by ensuring the signal connection is specific to each room and doesn't require a parameter. Since setup visuals is only meant to operate on the room it belongs to itself, we can remove the room parameter from setup visuals, update the signal connection in editor map not to pass a parameter, update the signal definition to not expect a parameter, update setup visuals to remove room parameter. We're in room.gd, okay. Right. Okay. So I'm gonna do that. I get why it was doing that before, but it's just only gonna use stuff anyway. So let's do the thing here. Set up visuals. Um, Control V. Okay. Um. Oh right. Oh, that's and then right. Okay. Good. 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 Okay. So we got that there. Okay. Update the signal definition. Editor mapped ID PD. And signal initialize room. Okay, so where is that at the top? Yeah. Signal initialize room. So, okay, step 3, update signal emission. In load all rooms, modify emit signal calls in both TC and JSON loading loops. For TC, remove. Okay, just remove the room part of it, right? Okay. Emit signal. And I'm just gonna go ahead and put space. I actually put spaces after and before every parentheses and stuff, but since I didn't write it, it's not in there. And I'm just gonna update it kind of as I see fit, basically. So it's gonna look janky, not consistent, but eventually I'll probably just like do it to such an extent. We're in editor map, load all rooms, modify the signal connection, both TC and okay. Um, Room setup visuals. Okay. Okay, so anywhere I'm calling setup visuals, basically. And that's actually already set up that ways. It's right. Setup visuals. Okay. Inside if JSON directory, yeah. And we did that. Okay. Explanation. It doesn't need the room parameter if room self-check was safeguarded, but by connecting the signal directly to each room set visuals method without passing a parameter, we ensure each room only processes its own signal. The initialized room signal no longer needs to pass a room parameter, simplifying the emission and connection. Test it. Okay, so let's test it. We'll reload save scene. Oh. So, okay, so it's still in 45 is still the problem, though. Oh, right, because that's the first one. Uh, Room.owner for child, get door, room.editor map itself. Okay, so the new error. And what I'll do is, let's just copy load all rooms again. Copy. Current load all rooms function editor map.gd colon shift enter control B. Okay. And I'm getting this error. It It's still giving me this error. V. Alright, let's see what's going on. Using having doubling scalar logic. Yeah, I'll have to, like I said, I'll have to do that scaling logic thing after I get the rest of this kind of solved. The error invalid access to property at the 45 occurs because we're trying to access room editor map that initialize room before room editor setting room editor map. Let's break this down and fix it. Problematic line is right. This line becomes before we set room oh, we're trying to access fix before attempting. Code to remove, code to add. Editor maps after get tree, after room owner.get tree. Where is it? That's self. So we just basically we just place it above. Okay. That's easy fix. I don't know if that'll work here for sure. Because just the way things are going. But let's see here. Where is the oh well that's doing it in there, okay. Oh, but this isn't. Oh, I see. I must have put it back there even though I wasn't really supposed to, or I wasn't trying to. And let's just go ahead and clear out the output and let's reload the save scene. And it looks like everything is back to the way it's supposed to be. And of course the thing is still overlapping, which is okay. Okay, so now first I'm gonna look at the script to see what it's doing about building this room tree. Room equals room name. No, it's gonna be, let's see, for room name in room.dictionary. Room equals room.dictionary.room name. Where do we add the room name thing here, though? Where's the room's dictionary? Go find rooms. Running setup visuals. Already exist. Oh, we're having some other kind of errors here, aren't we? Let's go all the way back up to the top here. Creating room. Okay, so I have a different problem here. Okay, scene. Reload saved scene. Copy that. Or, darn it. I meant to copy. Okay, so the rooms and room names are back. I have a problem here, though. Creating door name equals door to Chester Caves Chester Explorer. That's right. That's correct. JSON Street John Portal. Oh, it's successfully loaded. Okay, I don't need the door name, but I have several. I have visual setup. What was it called? Visual setup visuals. I have setup visuals. Number one thing of all things, your graphics load is crushing you. Just do the thing I said. It's a new fix for graphics I just dropped. Well, I'll get that. That's fine. That's not the errors I'm actually having. I'm not worried about how much I don't know how many loops are going through or whatever, how slow it is or whatever. I'm having code problems because I'm getting Grok 3 to do this and it has incomplete information, and so I have to go back and forth between it. That's not what these problems here are problems that I introduce when I use Grok to help me write these functions. I will keep it in mind. I will do that. I will actually do that, but right now I'm focused on this. And shoot, it's already 3:30. It's supposed to be done by now today. Set up visuals running several times now. I'm not sure why. And that's the output. Let's see if it can tell me. Okay. Thanks for sharing the debug. It's clear that set being called multiple times for each room was causing unnecessary processing. Let's analyze this happening. Every room, for each room that's loaded. This pattern continues for each new room, triggering set visuals for all previously loaded rooms. This is happening because of how the initialized room signal is connected and emitted to an editor map. We connect the initialized room signal to each room setup visual method. That's probably why that self thing was in there in the first place. Signal emission. We emit the initialized room signal for each room after it's loaded. Initialized room signal is emitted on the editor map node itself, and all rooms are listening for it because they're all connected to the same signal. When we emit initialized room for a new room, previously loaded room also receives the signal and calls setup visuals. This is why it runs 6 times, once for each room loaded. We already simplified to not take a room parameter, but the signal emission is still triggering all connected rooms. We can fix this by either disconnect the signal after use, connect the signal, emit it for the specific room, then disconnect it so the room doesn't use a direct call. Instead of using a signal, directly call setup visuals for each room after loading it. The second approach is simpler in this case, since we don't need signals broadcasting behavior. We just want to initialize each room once. So let's remove the signal entirely and call it setup visuals directly. Remove that. Okay. Okay, fine. I'm just going to comment it out. Whoa, what happened? I'm just going to comment it out. I thought that doing the story took a long time. Undefined assets, but in vibe coding you can cut down on that because Grok is trying gymnastic maneuvers to solve for graphics load. Basically, it always tries to create more and more fixes. But if you address the root issue. It doesn't need solutions mathematically. Okay, I mean, I guess I kind of understand that, sort of. Um, and it usually ends up getting to what I want to do anyways. Update code to remove. Inside little rooms. Teasing loading loop. Okay. Code to remove, code to add. Set up visuals, direct call. Okay, I got it. So let's do like it says. The teasing loading loop. What? Oh, I don't know why they did that. Whatever. There we go. V, Control S, and then I actually need to tab this in here. That. I think. Wait, let me see what's going on here. If, and then. Wait, where's the for? Okay. Give me a sec. Let's paste that underneath file list. Okay, I get it. Control S. Then we take this. We tab, like so. Okay. And we do the same thing for this, probably. Code to remove, code to add. File name begins, right? Item in file list. Okay. Quit doing that. Oh, don't do that either. Okay, and control, wait, make sure I copied it. Control V, Control S, and let's just, copy this, tab, Control S, and let's reload and make sure that it, yeah, already clashes. Actually, let's, I'll have to address this afterwards. Here, let's just, let's delete that. Okay, delete it, yes. Save it. Reload scene. Okay. Doesn't mean everything's working right, but it looks like everything's working right. Okay. Now, everything is doing like it's supposed to. But I have to quit, I think, by now. I think shrinks code so you can move around much more freely in the total space you have available. It's always struggling against total capacity to do anything versus game assets. I'm trying to be patient, but I'm saying yes. In fact, your errors are coming from other errors as it adds weird fixes for compute load issues. It's always struggling against total capacity to do anything versus game assets. Okay? I'm not disregarding you. I'm okay. I have a thing that I wanted to do. It proposes something, it doesn't work, and I don't think it has to do with load and stuff. I just think the code doesn't work because it has incomplete information from what I give it. So then I give it feedback with the screenshots and with the output and stuff, and then it comes back and it has another fix. And eventually it gets to exactly what I want it to do. So, okay, so now it looks like everything is working like it was working. Except for probably if I reload the scene, it's gonna give me that other error. No, it's not gonna give me that other error. Okay, that's all right. Um, so next I will need to work on the positioning logic again, but I'm supposed to be done for today. So I guess I'll talk to you on Monday. Yeah. I'm not disregarding you, but it's sometimes I don't know. I'll remember uh I'll remember what you said, and then I'll ask it to do so and see what happens. I'll catch you on Monday to work on positioning lines. We'll pick up the room tree normalization fix. Um, okay. So it will probably be Monday at around 11:30 to 12 EDT, 11:30 a.m. to 12 EDT, depending on how uh, late I might be. Okay. Anyways, Salmon Fish, thanks for joining. If you're still in there, uh, yeah. So, okay. It looks like I should go ahead and get to the. So I actually didn't get anything done today because the positioning didn't work, and as time went on, it messed things up, and then we fixed it, and then so now it's kind of back to the drawing board as far as the positioning thing goes. Anyways, thanks everybody for watching, popping in, whatever, participating, and I will see you on. I'll probably see you tomorrow if you're interested in watching me edit this week's footage. They're just little clips that I record at the end of my streams, saying what I did. Eventually, I'm going to start having like B-roll, and I'm going to start adding some images and a few things. But and you won't even see this update until like several months down the line. I think tonight I have to upload update number 4, which is from what would update number 4? It would be the second week, so it'd be like the last week of November when I was just starting this thing. So the actual updates, or you can just like go through it, the streams. I got uh, this is stream 73 or something like that. Dev stream 73. So yeah. Anyways, if you're interested in me editing with the Blender Visual Sequence Editor, you can join me tomorrow at around the same time, or just wait till Monday when I start this back up and continue on. Thanks for watching, and let me find the stupid scene here. Thank you for watching.